red in the red right out of the gate. Schmooze trying not to lose, and Schmooze comes out coyly between them. Hidden Prophet emerges to the inside. Sam Says to the outside of Schmooze. Then we come to Northcutt in the clear, about 2 lengths from the lead, ridden on a bit with 3.5 to go. Behind that wall of 4, Ship It Red, once in last, now badly blocked to the inside of Blaine Bishop, and the one in last is Storm in Hong Kong. They're off the far turn. Schmooze maybe by an inch. Sam Says continues to apply pressure. Outside of that is Northcutt. Hidden Prophet needs to give a bit more to the inside. Ship It Red heads to the outside with Gonsalves for the stretch run. Storm in Hong Kong is rolling on from last. They're into the final 250, still chasing Schmooze. Storm in Hong Kong out of last. Ship It Red looking to get in the black in the winner's circle. Will down to 1 and 5. It is Ship It Red inside Storm in Hong Kong. Schmooze fights back, but Ship It Red at 2.5 to 1 prevails. And they're racing. Philo was off 2 steps slowly. Philo Beto not on the lead. Cinco Majestic trying to soar to the winner's enclosure. Lucky Smile. Lucky Smile with plenty about which to smile right now, as number 5 St. Charles just checked badly off the heels of Lucky Smile, lost about 2, and that allowed Long Shot Warp Ride to go up into second. Outside of that, Mr. Muldoon. Philo Beto is right behind Cinco Majestic and about 5-6 lengths from the lead. 2.5 clear from Chromed Impulse to the inside of St. Pio, and the one in last is Cooler King. They head for the money, and they're chasing a Lucky Smile at 8 to 1. It's Lucky Smile. Philo Beto from off the pace means business, and so does Chromed Impulse. Here comes Philo! Philo Beto wins it by nearly 2. Racing. Sweet beginning for Mo Dingers. Max Chero also very fast, and here comes Pastor Dave. Pastor Dave scoots through to the inside. TC Gold right behind Max Chero. Outside of that, we have Mo Mesa. The Mo's are locked together. It is Mo Dingers to the inside of Mo Mesa, and that clump, those equine athletes are about 10 clear from Can't Know, and the one in last is Shankopotamus. Into the far turn, covered by 13 and chasing Max Chero. Max Chero from TC Gold. Pastor Dave is in third, about 2.5 lengths from the lead. Mo Mesa shaking up hard in fourth, needing to give more. Likewise for Mo Dingers, who has struck out. Then we come to Shankopotamus running on from last. They head for the money. Up goes TC Gold, trying to give everybody else the minors. TC all about the gold. Pastor Dave watches that 7 run away, and it's TC Gold who is gone. 7, 8, and a photo in race 3. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Lock It Down looks to lock down race 4 with good early speed. That one is now joined by Run Bambi Run. Run Bambi Run at 14-1 has taken the lead. After that, Miss Carmen Sebo. The early pace is hot. Those three are going quickly and are about 6-7 lengths clear from Desert Glow. Desert Glow's to the inside of Gypsy Wife, looking to win 2 in a row, about 7 out of it, 2.5 clear from Sicilian Grandma. 3 lengths behind that to Fall Moon, who would have to win 2 in a row from second last. And the one in last is With Her Boots On. Up the barn side they go on a sun splash Sunday in Shakopee. And with a half mile to travel, Run Bambi Run continues to show the way. After that, Miss Carmen Sebo to the inside of Gypsy Wife, who's on the prowl. Lock It Down is sequestered to the inside of Sicilian Grandma. Then it's Desert Glow, just got shuffled back 5 out of it, overtaken by Fall Moon, who's on the move. That 9 Fall Moon's beginning to close in fast. Then it's With Her Boots On, still yet to kick up any dust, and they head for home. It is Run Bambi Run, Run Bambi Run, and Gypsy Wife right alongside. Outside of that is Lock It Down, even wider out is Fall Moon, and between them is Desert Glow. Up goes Gypsy Wife at 5-1. Gypsy Wife leads the way from Lock It Down. Gypsy Wife, Lock It Down. Gypsy Wife in time. And they're racing. Flying Martini came out of the gate very, very fast, and so did Heavenly Conveyance. Outside of that is Our June for Cars, and those three line up and streak into the far turn with a 2.5, 3-length lead on Way Up North. After that, we have My Boy Bomber. To the outside of that is More Tiger Paw. Between them, Paw Allen, about 8 lengths from the lead. It's Miles, second last, and Air Mail Flyer can see them all. They're off the far turn, and we have a 2-headed breakneck speed battle. Heavenly Conveyance pulls clear by 1.5. Our June for Cars is next, way clear of Flying Martini, and after that, My Boy Bomber. Heavenly Conveyance, the heavy favorite, the People's Choice, shows the way. Our June for Cars not done on the outside. Flying Martini firing on the inside. Heavenly Conveyance from Flying Martini. Heavenly Conveyance prevails. And they're racing. Everybody off swiftly, and from the center, Limited Heat Wave has anything but limited speed, and a Limited Heat Wave at 14-1 cuts the corner with the lead. That one is to the inside of Got Ghosted, who's prominent, and 6 and 10 race out, nearly 2 lengths clear from North Arm Bay. The white horse is Leviathan Axe, about 4 lengths from the lead, angling to the outside of North Arm Bay, and that one's to the inside of Pacific Theater. Up the barn side they go. They're covered by 10. The pace is very moderate. Whiskey With You comes creeping through to the inside. That's the 4, about 4 lengths from it. 1.5 clear from Ambiguous. That one is next to the rail and to the inside of Further Evidence. They're about 7-8 lengths from the lead, and the pair trailing 1 and 2 Without Equal and Touch of Zen. Into the far turn they go, still chasing the long shot. It is Limited, Heat Wave, and Felipe Valdez now getting busy. Got Ghosted, clings to that one. North Arm Bay in the bright colors on the 3 wide side is circumnavigating into action very prominently, and on the inside, Whiskey With You. Those two are attempting to pass Limited, Heat Wave. Up goes North Arm Bay. Whiskey With You to the inside. Outside of that, a late charge from Pacific Theater, but chasing in vain because North Arm Bay is not heading south. And it go. Northern Angel spreads the wings and flashes speed to the outside, but Mary B's Legacy is the fastest Minnesotan of them all as they zing into the far turn. Mary B's Legacy for Delor Barrios Lopez by 1. Flatter Me Baby goes into second, and that one is running away from Miss Stilettos. After that, we have Northern Angel on the 3 wide side, about 5.5 clear from Pearl Button. Pearl Button is 6 lengths clear from Competitive Nature. Behind that one is I'm So Funny, and Empress Lorraine goes back to the rear as Mary B's Legacy tries to take them gate to wire. And at 7-1, Mary B's Legacy pounding along with the lead. It's an ever-widening lead. It's Mary B's Legacy to take them gate to wire.
Ladies and gentlemen, on this Memorial Day, if you are able, we'd ask you to rise and remove your cap as Miss Carrie Hensley leads us in our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, we're so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free
Welcome to racing from beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is fast and the turf course is firm. If you'll get your programs handy, we'll go over the changes on today's 7-race program. Race 1, we have a scratch. Take out number 4, Do Your Job. Race 1, take out that 4. Race 1 starts the early pick 4 here at Canterbury. Race 2, which starts the 50-cent pick 5. Lowest takeout in the country on that pick 5. No changes in the pick 5 lid lifter in race 2. A workout in race number 3 being announced for the first time on number 7, Marisil's First. That 3-furlong workout in addition there. If you want to put that down, 37.46. Breezing. In the fourth race starts the late pick 4. Takeout number 7, Street Warrior. Race 4, scratch 7. On to race number 5. Couple of changes. First, takeout number 6, Kava. Kava is scratched. Jockey change on the 1. Miracle Minded make the jockey Alonso Quinones. The Q on the 1, Kava is out in race 5. Race 6, takeout number 1, Sending. Sending is scratched in race 6. And the lucky last, race number 7, will offer no changes. Fast and firm, 1 o'clock first post. On deck, everything you need to know that's going on here at this beautiful facility. Into the TV studio we go to Ms. Angela Herman and Mr. Jeffrey Madej.
Well, thank you, Kevin Gorgan. Welcome, everyone, to Canterbury Park, the third day of our 31st season of live racing as Canterbury Park. It's Memorial Day, and we welcome you here. Thanks for joining us. I am Jeff Madej. I'm joined by Angela Herman. She's our racing analyst, along with Kevin Gorgan. Of course, Paul Allen is the race caller. You'll find those two, Kevin and Paul, near the paddock in what we call the hot tub. They're going to do the Today at the Races show. That's coming up in just a few minutes. But first, let's take a look at our live racing calendar to familiarize you with what we have coming up this summer. And there's a lot of things, Ange.
Yes, indeed. And the schedule will fluctuate a little bit. As you can see, we have the 3 days starting out now, but we'll go to a different 3-day schedule as we get into June and beyond. We're going to bring in Wednesdays starting this second week of June, and then Thursdays starting in July. We'll also have that week off for the rodeo. You can get the details, tickets at CanterburyPark.com. And then things return to a fairly normal schedule, but you will see some additional Thursdays in August too. Keep in mind when we begin, we're going to have a few different starting times. For the most part, we'll have evening racing, either 4 or 5 o'clock, but Sundays and some holidays we'll have 1 o'clock as well. Always check the website for any updates, any tickets, anything that we have going on. You will find it right there, and it's your one-stop for tickets for really anything, music, horse-related, all of it.
So much going on here at Canterbury Park, and a lot of great things like Taste of Canterbury. There's going to be 3 or 4 of those this summer. It's where we pair, our culinary team pairs some food with beverages like tacos and tequila and bourbon and barbecue, things like that. CanterburyPark.com. You're going to want to get tickets for that because those are super popular. They're a lot of fun. Food, fantastic.
Yeah, they often
Speaking of
sell out.
Fantastic, racing the first 2 days has been fantastic.
It really has been. And we've had a lot of different names in the winner's circle. I mean, last night in itself, 7 different riders hit pay dirt, 6 different trainers won races. And that was what was spelled out in the entries. We saw so many different names, some names from the past, some names that we've seen recently. And they've really all had good shots at some of these races. There's been close finishes. There's been big payouts. And I wouldn't expect that trend to stop today, especially in the turf races. There are some picks that we've made, with some confidence, but you could also run those races many times and come out with a lot of different winners. And Kevin will delve more into one of those in the power play, I believe, later on.
Yeah, the racing very, very competitive. Congratulations to Guillermo Rodriguez. He was on one of your top picks yesterday. Philo Beto got the win. G-Rod, 900 career wins now. Congratulations to G-Rod.
And congratulations to him. It's got to be fun to get it on a horse like that he's got along with very well. And Philo Beto just loves this turf course. That's going to tie into my angle a little bit later because this turf course can be one of those where if a horse really loves it, they'll beat anybody. It doesn't really matter what class level they go at, what kind of trip they get. If they really like it up here, they can build those kind of records. And we do have a couple of those specialists, kind of similar to him in our last today.
Absolutely. Now, if you're handicapping, and I know most of you are, we've got a handicapping contest on ExpressBet. First Bet, that's our official ADW of Canterbury Park. You can play this contest every race day, $40. 20 is a bankroll, 20 is your entry fee. If you win a $500 entry into another contest. In fact, that's Northern Star's Turf Festival night. So worth playing. I see a lot of Canterbury Park names on the leaderboard. Just go to expressbet.com or open up your app and you'll find all the information on the handicapping tournaments each and every day at Canterbury Park. Now, let's say you're at home and you can't get to the racetrack, but you still want to watch. YouTube. Go to the Canterbury Park YouTube channel each and every day. Tune in, watch us, then watch the Hot Tub Show with Paul and Kevin, and watch the races. Yeah. But we'd prefer you come out and bet, but you also could just bet and maybe go about your business. Always sneak out to the track, put your plays in, and then head to that birthday party or whatever it might be and watch on our live stream.
You can advance bet too. And if you want to do that and you want to watch it, no problem. You can mute us whenever you'd like and tune into the races at your leisure. Remember, that's on our YouTube channel. Just search CanterburyPark.com. You'll see that familiar symbol and watch away.
Absolutely. Now, one of our I call it the calling card wager. It's the Pick 5, a 10% takeout, the lowest in the industry.
It is. Lowest in the universe as far as you're concerned. You like to advertise that. It's a 50-cent minimum wager. And remember, this year there's a change. We're going to start it in race number 2 every day. That's coming up in our second race. With the exception of a couple of days, we will be starting that wager always in race number 2. Usually within its confines, there are some great vertical opportunities too, but you can't beat the 10% takeout on that Pick 5. Always give it a second look. Opening night paid $3,900. Often it does pay huge, especially compared to some of the options along the way. You string them all together, it's a great return on value.
Who's giving out that ticket today? A little sample ticket, suggested bet. You?
It'll be both of us. Kevin and I give out a ticket each day. Kevin tends to go maybe on the spendier side. I like to trim down to maybe more of an economy ticket. Sometimes they intersect, but whatever your taste is in exotics, we'll have something for you to maybe base your Pick 5 on. Now, getting back to the first leg of it, that's race number 2, I've come up with an alternative wager. You know, Pick 5s aren't for everybody, and there are other options, and there's opportunity in race number 2, I thought today, for a good exacta, because you do have a morning line favorite at 5-2 in Palace Kitten. He's not included in this wager. That's no slight to him. He should probably take some money, especially based on where he's coming from, the races he's been in, but he doesn't have a lot of early speed, at least not in recent times. That's why my top pick, the 6 in there, Tom Bombadil, has a lot of speed, has the outside post, and I'm going to use him over some other horses that have sort of tactical speed. Spidey War, Master of Disguise, and the 4, Handsome Harry. That's the 6 with the 2, 3, 4. I did it for a couple of bucks. That'll cost you $6. It's 3 combinations, 6-2, 6-3, or 6-4. Simple. If they show their customary speed, I think that they'll all get the jump on the favorite, and he may not catch them in the stretch.
I like it. And those, exactas can pay all sorts of prices depending on what your odds are, really. It's a bet that you can put a buck or two in and get $100 back, which is hard to do just betting a buck or two to win.
And if you want to try different things, I mean, there are vertical options, there's horizontals. We can't emphasize enough the great takeout on our Pick 5, but if you're looking around, maybe this is a place where you start your day and try some exactas throughout the rest of it.
It is Memorial Day. We thank you for being here. We're going to have a special rendition of God Bless America following race 3, so we ask everyone to stay on the track apron after watching that race, because this is an important day. Racing is a lot of fun, but we have to remember what Memorial Day is all about as well. Coming up next, it's Today at the Races. It's brought to you by Touchdown Tile. It features Kevin Gorg and Paul Allen, and that's coming up right now.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Canterbury Park. A happy Memorial Day to everybody, not only on track here in Shakopee, but taking in the signal on the vast and ever-expanding Canterbury Park Teleracing Network with Kevin Gorg. I'm Paul Allen. You already have heard from Jeff and Angela. So on behalf of our TV department, our management team, and everybody up in the press box, welcome to CBY. Day number 3 of season 31 for us at Canterbury Park. And through the first 2 days, your thoughts? What sticks out?
Well, the first thing that sticks out are the crowds. Opening night, great energy here on a Saturday night. We had well more people here than we thought we'd have, probably 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. And then yesterday, one of the biggest non-fireworks day crowds I've seen, probably 12,000 or 13,000 people. The weather has been just like this. It's been perfect. Turf racing's been really, really good. We've seen some big payoffs. And, of course, we've seen some of the star power we talked about before opening night, like Harry Hernandez, shine here early in this meet.
Now, from a selecting standpoint, you'll see a grid that has a bunch of names with the top 3 picks. That's what we're going to do here momentarily, go through our top 3 picks in each race and tell you who we like, if we're making win bets, singling and pick 5, stuff like that. That's what we do from a selecting standpoint. But as the Steam team goes, which would be crafted by Jeff Madej for Angela Herman, Kevin Gorg, and yours truly, I have 2 or 3 winners through the first 2 days. It feels like a 2, a 1 and a 1. So no clown nose required. That's
Thankfully.
Inside horse racing lingo from the press box. You have 3, and I heard you at the end of the card praising analyst Angela Herman for tearing it up the first 2 days. I think she has 7.
She's been great. Yeah, she's come out of the gates in great order, and it's been kind of formful, but we talked about it. We've seen some good prices. Like Ange had that Mac Robertson horse in the nightcap last night. I thought the horse would go off at 5-2. Now you told me 7-1. I might have gone to the ATM, and
crazy.
There's been some interesting wagering that's coming in late. And again, with the folks that bet outside of our jurisdiction here and send that money in late, odds can change dramatically, and sometimes it helps you, sometimes it hurts you. So I know fans get frustrated. Sometimes they've got a ticket on a 4-1 that goes off at 8-5, and the odds don't change to that last minute. But if you're betting Mac Robertson and you see a horse like that with that kind of talent go off at 7-1, that's the other side of the argument.
All right, and finally, I don't believe in karma, but if you do, from a karma standpoint, we're selling tip sheets here. They're called Dave's Faves. They're the green sheet that you buy between the gift shop and the information booth. And from a karmic convergence standpoint, that thing may be hot, not only because the person, it's been hot, but not only because the person putting it together is an elite handicapper, but Stats Dave is also the main radio statistician for the Minnesota Timberwolves radio network, and so he'll be going to the game later. And the way they won the other night, he's feeling good right now, man. He's super happy. He might be hot right now. I'd pick up that sheet, wouldn't you?
Yeah, he's been really, really hot. In fact, I think he had the first 3 winners on the card yesterday. So it's a $3 investment. And again, I think if you're new to the game, you want to figure out how to handicap on your own, but it's fun to have an opinion and bounce it off somebody else's. The guy I use is Superstats Dave Tipsy, but I also use a guy named Track Phantom. Go to trackphantom.com. More of a national guy, but he's a Canterbury guy, and he's spectacular. I like to handicap the card on my own and then compare my notes, and then when I put together superfectas and pick 4s and pick 5s, I like to mix in some of their opinions as well. It's a great guideline. It's $3. It's just inside the front door on either side of the building, and Superstats is feeling great. He'll be going to the Wolves game after the race card gets over and hopefully bring a win home for the Howl.
And Track Phantom, Davey V, may be watching right now.
Oh, he is.
Thank you for your dedication to Canterbury and doing the wonderful job that you do. Let's see what we can do today with our selections. We have a fast main track and a firm turf course. And in the first race, scratch number 4, Do Your Job. Here's how I looked at race number 1 before even handicapping it. I'm guessing there are many a horseman here at Canterbury Park who, when the entries came out, went scurrying for the past performances with the thought, let me get this straight. Crocodile Hunter's in for 12.5, you say. So they're gonna take a long look at Crocodile Hunter. That's my top pick. You can claim him for $12,500. He's Canterbury Immortality, 361.
Yeah, we call it the ship and dip. He's been facing much better down Tampa way. He's a Minnesota bred, running for the plus side of the purse. He's got early speed. The only cause for pause, if you're looking at maybe singling this horse in your pick 4, is the outside horse, Happy Hour Bobby, who also is incredibly fast early. If they hook up, then the 5, Lemon Meringue, becomes a real problem. So I go 3, 5, and 6. At last check, the horse was 1 to 9. I would be careful. That's all I'm going to say. I think you're going to want to use more than the Crocodile if you're going to do a pick 4 here, just in case the for sale sign is up and the outside horse compromises his trip.
Well, consider this. Crocodile Hunter's last win was at Canterbury, but it was in 2023. And the last 3 losses really have been by about a combined 25, 26 lengths. So he seems to be a bit off form, has that good early speed. But against $12,500 claimers here at Canterbury, a 7,500 really, 12.5 because he's a Minnesotan. He should
win.
He should be really difficult to beat. But I like what Kevin said, because if you play that first pick 4 and you beat Crocodile Hunter and you beat him with the right horse at like 5, 6, 7, 8 to 1 or higher, well, that's how you could be looking at $1,000 for your pick 4 payoff if you hit races 1, 2, 3, and 4. 3, 6, 1 for me. 3, 6, 1. What were your top 3?
I went in that race 3, 5, and 6.
3, 5, and 6 for KG. Race number 2 keeps us on the main track. Now, this begins the 50-cent pick 5, and we have a nation low 10% takeout. The takeout is what Canterbury gets to run the company. Generally, pick 5 takeouts around the country, 18, 20, 23, 27%. This is something we started like a half decade ago or something. It's very popular nationwide. The pick 5 pools are some of the best pools into which you can bet here at Canterbury. And you got to hit races 2 through 6. It's a 50-cent bet. And we do suggest you each and every day, even if you're picking names, try that pick 5. Opening night, it paid $4,000. Yesterday, it paid close to 600 to 1. Paid like $287, $297 for 50 cents. So give it a try. No scratches. What are you going to do?
Oh, man, I was torn. I went back and forth, 3, 6, 6, 3. Couldn't figure it out. Thought the 3 might get loose. Now the 6 has the attack post. I settled in on the 6 here. I think the post gives the horse just a trip advantage over the 3 who probably has to go. And I think they're going to hook up around the far turn, and I think the outside post is probably where you want to be. So I've got the 6 over the 3. I think the 5 for me can be a bit of a wild card. I don't think they're going to bet this horse. I know the morning line says 5 to 2, but I actually think the 6 goes favored. Palace Kitten's one of those horses. If those 2 hook up, and I'm talking about my top 2 selections, 3 and 6, we know this. The 5 will be rolling in late, so keep that in mind when you're placing your exactas and tries.
From a pick 5 standpoint, how many do you fancy in this one?
I'm just going to use the 3 and the 6 and hope that they don't compromise each other with a speed duel.
What about the other Silva?
Yeah, I know. I looked at it.
In fact, we have 3.
I know. He wanted to make the race go. That's the theory, right?
Good point.
He wants the race to go. Yep. You need at least 5 for a race to actually get carded, and so he's got, I think, his go-to guy, right, on the outside to Silva. So we're trying to read the tea leaves as we handicap. Silva enters 3, go-to guy ends up on the 6. That's where we all land.
Yeah, I pick it 6, 3, 1, and in the pick 5, I'm going to use all 3, and I'm going to try the other Silva on the inside. I'm probably stretching too far here, but nevertheless, I like what Kevin said about that post position for number 6. I think that's going to make him really, really tough in here. 9 to 2 on the morning line. I think he'll be. You think he'll be significantly shorter than that?
I think he'll be 2 to 1.
Yeah, about 2 to 1, 5 to 2. But nevertheless, 6, 3, 1 for me. Now, the third race takes us to the turf course. That's where the biggest payoffs have been taking place through the first 15 races at Canterbury, Saturday and Sunday. And with this one, we have 10 battling in here. No scratches, no rider changes. I'm definitely making 1 win bet today, maybe 2. And number 1 here in race number 3, that's going to be my first win bet. I know you like this horse too. What's the angle?
The angle's the pace. I mean, we've got no turf form to report of, but we know that Baby Doll Peach, the 10, Overcast, the 8, the 7's got speed, the 6, CC's Heart's got speed, the 3, Curbon Dioro has speed. Everybody looks to want to go to the front. And even though our horse has done a little bit of both, I think Quinones, being the sharp rider he is going to take back inside, let the other speed do the work. It's a trainer we trust. Tony Rengsdorf is a great trainer. Every year at Canterbury, 20% guy. And they have a horse here that has no form on turf. One career start, showed nothing in that effort down Indiana way, but they're here for a reason. They're on the turf. And I think this horse gets a ground-saving trip off what could be a very hot pace. And then when they push the button around the far turn, if this horse is ready to go, I think she blows on by. And I think she will be 6-1 because she doesn't have even good form right now in the dirt. There is no form to speak of.
Yeah.
This is a connections play for me, 1, 8, and 10.
All right, Les, so let me ask you this. Number 3, Curbon Doro. Now, I take race number 3, 128, and I am betting to win on the 1.
We missed the wedding.
Well, with Curbon Doro, the horse is coming off a win. Okay, I mean
60-1.
It's 137-1 for the final time by Mousy for the mile at Tampa Bay Downs. But here's the bit. Do you think I'm reading too much into this? Is jockey Alonso Quinones rides first call for Tim Padilla.
Well, you're not reading too much into it.
Pretty much on everything.
You're on it.
And opts for the 1, who I'm hoping is like 4-1. Do you think that matters?
Oh, I think it. Well, you look at Quinones in the past performances, a horse off a win at Tampa on the turf, and the go-to rider decides to go ride for Tony Rengsdorf, who he barely ever rides for. That, to me, is extremely significant. It's a great catch by you.
Yeah, so I'm going to go 128. Win bet on the 1, and I am singling this one in my pick 5.
I love it.
Now to race number 4, back to the main track. This race is 7 furlongs. That's a distance that we started last year at Canterbury. So if you're looking out at the finish line, look to your right, what would be the southwest side of Canterbury, just adjacent to Wild Horse. That's where they start. With that first turn hitting them the way it does, have you noticed anything through the 7 furlong races we've run? Like, are there better places to be with this weird starting point?
I think you want to be on or near the lead. I think when you get stuck to the inside and that hairpin turn comes up, I've seen a lot of horses that have to kind of almost snatch up. It's a very quirky turn when you come out of that corner over here at Canterbury. And if you're inside and you don't show speed, you really are at the mercy of what lies in front of you. And in a sprint like this at 7 furlongs, if you get just stopped a little bit, you're probably not going to win. So I really primarily look for horses with outside attack speed at this distance.
For me, in race number 4, Kevin also likes number 8, Classify, and I'm going to let him handicap it the way he does in second and unfashioned. All I'm going to add here is Hall of Fame trainer Mac Robertson, the most successful trainer in the history of this racetrack, doesn't claim many horses.
No.
And they decided to dive in here for $62,500. So best of luck here, John Mentz, one of our longtime fantastic owners. Really cool that Mr. Mentz claimed a horse like this. But Max now had this horse about a month, and he doesn't claim much. So I think he sees something he really likes, which means I like it.
Yeah, I was torn between the 5 and the 8. I think the 5 gets the lead. Zeke Laura, one of my favorite jockeys to tout with early speed. So I think Empire's Best is going to be the horse to catch, turn it for home. But I'm with you. Mac and Johnny go in for 62.5. You look at in the running lines, a horse called Carmel Chip down at Gulfstream. This horse was only 3.5-1 against Carmel Chip. Are you kidding? Carmel Chip would be 1 to 1,000,000 against this field. So
Really?
8's faced a lot of tough company.
Wow.
5 gets the lead. 8 mows them down late. I go 8, 5, and 6.
I'm going to take Unified Dreams second. Unified Dreams has made nearly $200,000 and also has made nearly $70,000 at Canterbury. This horse always is like this track.
Yep.
Freshened from back in February. Erica Murray's quite familiar with Unified Dreams. And from that quirky starting spot, that 7 furlong starting spot, you pop out of the gate nicely and you get that turn beautifully while others are messing around. That's a big advantage. So I think Unified Dreams is a little live in here. I'm going to go 8, 1, and 5. That 5, Empire's Best, that's a wonderful, wonderful claim by Joe Roberts.
Yes.
He gets the horse for $5,000 end of January, and then you go second, first, fourth, first. That's making $33,000 this year off a $5,000 claim. Well, that's a fantastic claim. Very well done. 8-1-5 in race number 4. Heading to the 5th race. Now, this is the second part of the second pick 4. The second pick 4 begins with race 4. And with race number 5, we go back to that turf course. Number 1, Miracle Minded, is ridden by Alonso Quinones. And scratch number 6, Cava. Scratch number 6, Cava. You and I don't do this often. Congratulations to trainer Santiago Tranquilino. They won a race yesterday, which is terrific. So with no disrespect to Melania T here, but we don't generally take horses who are 0 for 17.
No, we don't.
Or 0 for 16, whatever it is.
Usually if they get past 0 for 8, I'm out.
Right.
Yeah, and
I couldn't figure out what to do, so I went 2-7-3.
well, and I'm going to talk about this horse a lot in my Power Play segment here in about 45 minutes upstairs in the studio. This isn't a real 0 for 17 horse because we're on the turf. And this horse had one try on the grass. It was here. It was last July against Similar, and she ran great. So I'm going to ignore the 0 for 17 because 16 of those races are on the main track, which don't matter to me because we're running on turf. Now, I still think she's going to need some luck to get the W, but I know she's going to be a price. They're not going to bet Tranquilino here on an 0 for 17. So I think we're going to get good value. 6-1's a fair price. To me, there's no doubt. The 8 is the horse to beat. The bloodlines are incredible. Bruce Reekin's horse has been facing $110,000 maidens at Oaklawn Park. I mean, you talk about a class drop. You ever played Chutes and Ladders? This is that big slide at the top where you go all the way to the bottom. These are $23,000 maidens. Yeah. So we're talking about a huge class drop. So 2, 8, and 7. I'm taking a swing on the 2, thinking we're going to get 6-1.
Now, wild card in here could be number 7, Raytastic. And when I say wild card, 5-2 on the morning line. You know, I don't know what Raytastic's odds are going to be, but they're probably going to be pretty short. And the blinkers go on here. I don't mind Raytastic, but I'm not taking this filly off that long of a layoff.
No way.
At 2-1, 5-2, 3-1, right?
She has been able to lose in optimal situations where she's even money and 4-5 and 8-5. This is not an optimal situation where she's coming off the layoff and hasn't raced in September. Now, if I'm building a trifecta or a superfecta, I'll slide her to the bottom side of it. But to me, the only numbers I'm punching up top are 2 and 8.
Race number 6 is on the fast main track. Scratch number 1, Sending. Number 1, Sending, out of race 6. If you're still here at the racetrack at that time and you're a little stuck, we do have the $2 daily double. So you can pair the winners of races 6 and 7 in that daily double, and maybe you can get out with Dr. Dan's late double. Scratch number 1, Sending. Who do you like?
Well, this was a tough one for me because the horse I like is off one of those pesky layoffs. And so I'm going to definitely want to pay attention when I come out to the paddock and talk about the horses and see what the 6 looks like. Honorable Mischief, because she's got the credentials, she's got the jockey, love the trainer. We talked about this yesterday. Cody Rosine, off 6 months or longer, is a 31% trainer. But it's a hard situation for a horse to have not raced all the way back to September and come out here and fire fresh. So I like the 6 a lot. I think the 6 is the most likely winner. But I'm going to look at the 2 and 3 as both horses that could upset the apple cart. 6, 3, and 2 for me.
I'm going to go 3, 2, 6, and I like number 3, Island Bender, actually quite a bit in this race with Sending scratching, because Island Bender is blessed with speed, and you know we had a victory in the second start in 2023. We only raced 2 times last year, only made $3,000 some odd dollars. So now we come off a layoff. We're going to have that early speed for a fantastic trainer. And with Sending out, there still is some speed in the race, but I think Island Bender. I mean, if we can get a 22-1, 22-2 opening quarter, maybe get ourselves a 46-1, 46-2 to the half, I think we're going to be in good shape in this race. But like Kevin said earlier about the one he picked, Island Bender hasn't run since September last year. There are several in here who are, as we would say, legged up. They've been running. Extra Indy has run 3 times this year, all in Nebraska. Hood Wicked, 4 in Nebraska, but legged up. And Beachley ran 3 at Turf Paradise in Phoenix, so definitely legged up. And some of them show early speed, which could compromise the chances of the horse that I like or the horse Kevin likes. I would prefer to have a horse who has been running and you know, potentially from a conditioning standpoint is in a better spot. I just could not pick any of these horses to win. What about you?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think the 3 and 6, even though they're both off the layoff, just look like they've got a pace advantage and a class advantage over this field. So I think if you use those two, you're probably going to be hoping that last furlong that they can get to the wire, because I think at some point fitness is going to kick in, and those other horses that have had races are going to give them a good run in the stretch. Luckily, it's 5.5 furlongs, so they don't need to be in absolute peak fitness to get 5.5. If this was 6.5, I'd be a lot more worried.
Right, no doubt. Excellent point there for the speed horses that we both like. Now, the seventh race is the final live race today. We resume next Saturday and Sunday. So we're in the early stages of the season. Go to CanterburyPark.com to get a complete update on not only the schedule, but we have barrel racing here at Canterbury. I believe June 20th is when that begins. We have a rodeo in July. We have concerts here. The Beach Boys played here just last Thursday. So we have some legacy bands coming up during the course of the summer. We have a lot of wonderful things in front of us, given we just began. And speaking of in front of you, if you're alive in the pick 5 into race number 7, then you're going to want to get around number 5, Noel's Angel, because I think that one will end up being a single on a lot of people's tickets. Do you?
Well, yeah, I do. I think it's an interesting match within the match because it's a 6-horse field, and the outside two have a combined 13 wins on the Canterbury turf. Noel's Angel, the 5, has 6. Don't sleep on a Rose and Wine, who has 7 wins on our local turf course, and they both like to do the same thing. They like to pop the gate and go to the lead. So my only question mark, if you're going to single in that late sequence, is do they compromise each other if they hook up? And that's the worry you have to have. Noel's Angel, though, to me, just absolutely wakes up when she gets to Canterbury, and the advantage that she has is those 2 starts, both one in February, one in early April, so she's way more fit right now, at least on paper, than a Rose and Wine. Beeler's hot, won a couple races the other night, but I think Noel's Angel gets the jump, and the fitness is the key. I go 5, 6, and 2.
Any surprise a Rose and Wine is available for $12,500? Probably not. She's 8. She was available for $12,500 last year here twice, $10,000 once at Lone Star. But, I mean, we're talking about a mare who's made $200,000.
She's a nice horse,
and
man.
Loves this turf course, like you said earlier. So that look at the bookending situations today. I think a lot of people are going to look at Crocodile Hunter, see what they think they can do with that 12.5 all the way to the end with a Rose and Wine. But Noel's Angel, I'm also going to go with that one and pick it 5, 2, and 6. Happy Memorial Day, everybody, and thank you very much for joining us at Canterbury Park. We will see you hopefully next Saturday when we race at 5. Pepsi Family Day each and every Sunday at 1 o'clock with excellent activities for the kids, including them getting the opportunity to run on the dirt track like we did yesterday after the last race each and every Sunday. For those in our television department, our management team, and on behalf of all of us in the Dark Star press box, and for Kevin Gorg, I'm Paul Allen. Have a great day today at Canterbury. Make a lot of money. The stylings of our bugler, Lynn Dykert, bring them onto the track for the first race. The main track is fast, and we have pick 4 wagering. Hit the winners of races 1, 2, 3, and 4, and take down the pick 4. Scratch number 4, do your job. First race, 5 minutes from now. Memorial Day racing at Canterbury Park is provided by Budweiser and Folds of Honor. We also thank some of our sponsors: Appalatos, Tri-State Bobcat, Loeffler, Maker's Mark, Jim Beam, Minnesota Lottery, John Deere, Quick Trip, and Pepsi. Ladies and gentlemen, every Saturday at Canterbury is date night, courtesy of Continental Diamond. You get reserved clubhouse seating, dinner and wine, and a trip to the paddock and winner's circle. If you're interested in a date night Saturday night at Canterbury Park, get tickets at canterburypark.com. They're at the gate, and it is post time. Post time for the first Memorial Day at Canterbury Park. This one is courtesy of Loeffler. Alrighty, everybody, about set to go. Those of you here in Shakopee, welcome to day 3 of the 2025 Canterbury Park season. Those of you taking in the signal nationwide, thank you for your patronage. And here in the first, Crocodile Hunter is favored. And they're racing. Happy Hour Bobby with intoxicatingly good early speed, pops out of the gate, grabs the lead from the outside. Lemon Meringue takes up the running to be in second. After that, the heavily favored Crocodile Hunter poised to pounce 2 lengths from the lead. 2.5 behind that, Hey Moon. Then it's Majestic Kraken beginning to close in, but being pushed to do so 5 lengths out of it. And 5 are covered by 5, and they have 3 to go. And there goes Crocodile Hunter. Crocodile Hunter, the big favorite, scoots to the lead to the inside of Happy Hour Bobby, who's working very, very hard to keep up with Crocodile Hunter. Likewise for Lemon Meringue. Now it's about 5, 6, maybe 7 back to Hey Moon. And Majestic Kraken is in last, and Crocodile Hunter is in first. Crocodile Hunter now giving his head, strides away by 4. The race is over, and Crocodile Hunter is winner circle bound. Crocodile Hunter and the Q crush in race 1. Number 3, Crocodile Hunter. First. 5, Lemon Meringue second. And photography for the show. 111.09 the final time. Here are the numbers. 3, 5, and 1. Hey Moon. Longest shot on the board finishes third. 3516. Race number 1, the SJ Mix is official. Race number 2 is about 22 minutes from now. No scratches, no rider changes. And the winner's enclosure, Crocodile Hunter and Alonzo Quinones. Crocodile Hunter is a 5-year-old bay gelding by Palace City out of Garden Gloves. Bred in Minnesota by the winning owners, Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. Tim Padilla is the winning trainer. Behold, the favored Crocodile Hunter. Race 2 today at Canterbury. is provided in part by Apple Autos, the official vehicle supplier to this racetrack. Also, Comcast Xfinity, where you can learn how Xfinity Internet customers can buy one unlimited line and get one free for a year. Race number 2, and we stay on the fast main track with pick 5 wagering. 22 minutes from now. Welcome to holiday racing at Canterbury Park. Crocodile Hunter is favored. And they're racing. Happy Hour Bobby with intoxicatingly good early speed. Pops out of the gate, grabs the lead from the outside. Lemon Meringue takes up the running to be in second. After that, the heavily favored Crocodile Hunter poised to pounce 2 lengths from the lead. 2.5 behind that, Hey Moon. Then it's Majestic Kraken beginning to close in, but being pushed to do so 5 lengths out of it. And 5 are covered by 5, and they have 3 to go, and there goes Crocodile Hunter. Crocodile Hunter, the big favorite, scoots to the lead to the inside of Happy Hour Bobby, who's working very, very hard to keep up with Crocodile Hunter. Likewise for Lemon Meringue. Now it's about 5, 6, maybe 7 back to Hey Moon. And Majestic Kraken is in last, and Crocodile Hunter is in first. Crocodile Hunter now giving his head, strides away by 4. The race is over, and Crocodile Hunter is winner circle bound. Crocodile Hunter and the Q crush in race 1.
We are 16 minutes away from race number 2 and from our pick 5. Remember, that's a 10% takeout, 50-cent minimum, pick 5, which kicks off in the second. Now, I talked about this race a little bit more in the pre-race show as far as an exacta play would go, but we're in the business of pick 5 tickets, and both me and Kevin have put together a similar ticket. Mine is just a little bit less expensive, and it's going to start with similar horses. Spidey War, excuse me, the 3 Master of Disguise and the 6 Tom Bombadil all have a bit of speed, and I thought that the morning line favorite might find himself a little bit further behind than he needs to be on this track at the moment. I went 3 deep in here, but I only went 2 deep in the 4th. This was one of those races where you could really make a case for a whole bunch of them, or you had to really narrow it down. There was just a lot of different ways that it could go from a pace standpoint. My top pick is Overcast. You could use a lot in there, but this is one of the races that I did try to take a little bit of a stand in. I went with 5, 6, and 8. Empire's Best captured the time. And now with the favorite on the outside, because of the scratch of Street Warrior, I had to adjust that leg of it. I really liked Street Warrior today. It's going to be very hard to get around the new claim for the Mac Robertson barn, that being Classified, the 8 on the outside. He's going to take a lot of money. If you don't care for him today, and I did use him a little bit more underneath, but with the scratch, he gets double tough. Everybody else is going to be at a much better price than maybe they should be in this spot considering their qualifications. Peyton's Beauty and the 8 Kentucky Starlet are the 2 that I'm going to use in the 4th leg of it. Kentucky Starlet is my top pick in there, and she's going to be making her first start on turf. Surprising given the fact that she's by Oscar Performance, out of a mare who loved the turf. Very classy sort of mare. She was 3 for 9 over the surface, and she's half to a horse named Hard as Life. If you recognize that name, he was in the Lexington Stakes this year. Didn't run that great, but Kentucky Starlet definitely has the pedigree to be a very good filly, and maybe the turf will help unlock that for her today. I did single the 6th in the last, I believe. Maybe Kevin did too. Honorable Mischief is going to be very, very hard to beat in race number 6 with the outside draw, and with a very similar sort of setup as she saw last year in picking up her 2nd straight win over the surface. Honorable Mischief just looks mighty, mighty tough to beat, so I singled her in the pick 5, and that's an $18 ticket. Kevin's down in the paddock right now. He'll give you his thoughts on both race number 2 and the upcoming pick 5.
Great job, as always, Angela. She's been the hottest handicapper here in the building. Her and Superstats Dave with the tip sheet out of the gates in fast fashion. I just put my pick 5 ticket on my Twitter account at Gorgamatic21. It's a $30 play, and I do single that 6 on the back end. I thought the racing today with smaller size fields than we saw the first 2 days of racing, still pretty competitive. I know the first race had an overwhelming favorite who won. I don't think we're going to see a lot of those prices today. I think we're going to see 3, 4, 5 to 1 mixed in. There is upset potential. We've just seen some bombs the first couple of days because we had these 10 and 11 horse fields. Today, more of the 6 and 7 horse field sizes as we run opening weekend, 3rd straight day. It gets a little bit thinner as far as entries, but don't let that deter you. The pick 5 is such a great value with that 10% takeout. Learn how to play it. It's a game of survival. If you survive those 5 races, you split the pot. And opening night, pretty formful results, and it paid nearly $4,000. So it really does pay off to play the 50-cent pick 5 at Canterbury. Here in race number 2 to start that bet, the $7,500 claimers are going to go 6 furlongs, looking for dirt for them, and you're going to hear me talk a lot about fitness. When horses ship to Canterbury, a lot of these connections come in and year out. Some horses have some starts elsewhere. Some now are training into their top fitness, and we love to take a look out here in the paddock, and I'll walk you through some of the things that we look for along the way. We'll start with number 1, Mulberry Street. Castellanos is the pilot for trainer Jose Silva, who's off to a terrific start here at Canterbury. He's certainly one of those trainers to watch. When you see Silva with a horse in there, it's kind of like seeing a Mac Robertson horse. You kind of start there and work your way out. This horse hasn't raced since back in February, so I'm going to want to take a look at the horse in the paddock, see how the fitness is. The workouts are very good, and the numbers at Canterbury are good, frankly. This horse ran here last summer and ran quite well. So 6 furlongs off the bench, hasn't raced in a few months. We'll see what we get from Mulberry Street. Number 2 is Spitey War. Leslie Mowing has a win on the meet already. He's back on the beam. Love to see Leslie here at Canterbury. Such a good dude. Horse last seen in November, so this layoff even longer. Back to the fall. We were thinking about eating turkey when this horse last ran. The workouts are good. Not much else to go on other than the horse has been popping with some big buyer speed figures. A stretch of 3 in a row in the mid-70s tells you if this horse brings his A game, he can contend. I just am a little weary of the fact that the horse hasn't raced since back in November. One of my top picks in the race is the 3 Master of Disguise. I've got the horse second. He's got brilliant speed, and he's got a foundation. He's been racing at Will Rogers Downs. He's got 3 starts here in the spring, and to me, that's a huge advantage with that speed and that fitness. The 3 horse comes in legged up and ready to go. Carlo Lopez gets the call for Wade Rarick here. The Rarick barn, always one you can trust here in Shakopee. And as now you see the horses coming out, we'll get a good look. That's Mulberry Street on your television monitors, just kind of ambling out. He looks very fit, healthy looking coat. So again, these horses off the layoff, that's what you want to see. Very good looking horse there. 2's got some great energy. Another horse you're going to see on your monitors soon, that's Spidey War. Hasn't raced since way back in November, but you'd never know it from what I'm seeing in the paddock. So that really takes away some of that trepidation. Back to the 3, big, solid, physical-looking specimen here. He's got that early speed. He's got those races at Will Rogers Downs, which I think really give him an advantage over a bulk of the field, including the horse that's right next to him, Handsome Harry, with Garcia aboard for Silva, another Silva horse in from Arizona. This horse has shown some good speed going longer at distances of like a mile and also some 6.5 furlong races. Another horse that makes a good impression out here. And Handsome Harry is handsome on the board at 9-2. Number 5 is Palace Kitten. Constantino Roman gets the call here. Oaklawn Park Shipper, which always is important. They run for huge money in Arkansas at Oaklawn Park, so always a drop in class when they come to Canterbury. My concern with the 5 horse is not a lot of early speed. Probably going to get lost in the shuffle early, have to make up 5, 6, 7 lengths. He'll need the pace to be fast and some of the favorites to burn each other out if he's going to have a chance in the stretch. My top pick will be the outside horse. I like 3-1 right now, too. Fair price on Tom Bombadil. De Silva gets the call for Jose Silva. So now you've heard me talk about Jose Silva, who's got the 1, the 4, and the 6. This is his go-to rider, so I'm taking the lead from the trainer, thinking that De Silva rides his best horse in the race, and because it's a smaller field and the trainer entered multiple horses off the layoff, he probably wanted that race to go. Outside post, attack post is what we call it, has good speed, should get a great trip from just off the 3, and I got to tell you, I always love a grade, but specifically when they look like this. You see those little circles on the hindquarters? That's dappling. Horse is physically fit, looks spectacular down here in the walking ring. So the looks have only intensified my passion for my top pick here. I think it's a 2-horse race. I've got the 3 and 6 on that pick 5 ticket you'll find on social media, and I'm bullish on these 2 horses in race number 2. We're going to go a distance of 6 furlongs, $7,500 claimers at the gate in around 8. And then they're going to get it on.
Hello from the Winner's Circle. Now, as you might have heard before the races, we've got a lot of events coming up around here this summer, and Taste of Canterbury has barbecue and bourbon coming up on June 14th. Now, would you rate yourself a barbecue fan? What's your name? Where are you from?
I'm Matt, and I'm from Edina. I'm here with my wife and 3 kids, and I definitely like barbecue.
All right, then you should be a whiz at this. What you have to do is name 4 of the top 5 most popular states known for barbecue. So we're going to put a list on the tote board. You just name 4 of those top 5, and you will win yourself a couple of passes to come join us for our own barbecue at Bourbon and Barbecue. You ready?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's take a look at the tote board. Let's see what we got for you. So you have those 12 states, and you name them in any order you want. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be 1st through 5th, but you got to give me 4 of the top 5. What do you think?
North Carolina,
That's one of them.
Missouri,
That's another one of them.
Texas,
That is a third. Okay, you got 2 more. You guys can help them out if you want.
Tennessee,
Tennessee is the 4th. Can you guys all come up with the 5th?
Georgia.
Georgia is number 1. You got all 5 of them. Well done. You and everybody else, you are going to Bourbon and Barbecue. Well done.
Thank you so much.
All right, well done. We will see you there if you want to join them. If you want some of that barbecue or any of the Taste of Canterbury events, check out CanterburyPark.com.
One minute. The Ava and Stella Classic is in 1 minute.
Hey, Nordal.
It's race time. And they're racing. And Tom Bombadil came out of the gate swiftly from the outside. And with Fausto da Silva 3-1 and a killer crossover, gets down to the inside, leads it by a length and a half. Spidey War is next, taking up the running, now just about a length and a half from the lead into the inside of Master of Disguise. And said trio has gone about 6 lengths clear from Handsome Harry. Then it's Mulberry Street to the inside, and Palace Kitten can see them all as they approach the top of the stretch in the Ava and Stella Classic with about a quarter of a mile to go. Tom Bombadil still leads it and still is held together decently. Spidey War right behind them. Outside of that, Master of Disguise. Then we come to Handsome Harry. Palace Kitten from out of last is a menacing presence. That's the 5 on the outside, and they're coming home now. 150 to go. Handsome Harry inside, Spidey War outside, Palace Kitten, and between them Mulberry Street. It's a spine tingler. Handsome Harry looks beautiful. Photo finish, photo. Number 4, Handsome Harry first, and it's official. 4-1-5-2. Handsome Harry paid $6.80 for a $2 win wager. Exacta $18.90. Superfecta $22.98. Trifecta 415 $32 and a nickel. And the first double today, $12. Race number 3 takes us to a firm turf course. The rail is 20 feet out. And post time is 22 minutes from now. Impressive performance by Handsome Harry and Francisco Garcia. The winning owner and trainer, Jose Silva Jr. Race number 3, 22 minutes from now, and there are no scratches. It's race time. And they're racing, and Tom Bombadil came out of the gate swiftly from the outside, and with Fausto da Silva 3-1, and a killer crossover gets down to the inside, leads it by a length and a half. Spidey War is next, taking up the running, now just about a length and a half from the lead into the inside of Master of Disguise. And said trio has gone about 6 lengths clear from Handsome Harry. Then it's Mulberry Street to the inside, and Palace Kitten can see them all as they approach the top of the stretch in the Ava and Stella Classic with about a quarter of a mile to go. Tom Bombadil still leads it and still is held together decently. Spidey War right behind them. Outside of that, Master of Disguise. Then we come to Handsome Harry. Palace Kitten from out of last is a menacing presence. That's the 5 on the outside. And they're coming home now. 150 to go. Handsome Harry inside. Spidey War outside. Palace Kitten. And between them, Mulberry Street. It's a spine tingler. Handsome Harry looks beautiful.
Hello again from the paddock. It is time for race number 3. Good luck keeping those pick fives going. It's one of the 3 from the Silva Camp. Handsome Harry starts it off and took a lot of late money in the process. Now we go to the turf for race number 3. This is one of those races that, I mean, if you look at my picks, I have some longer shots underneath. Is a great superfecta opportunity. And it starts on the inside with the 1 up on the edge. She's one of 2 from Tony Rengstorff's camp. She's a foal to a previous trainee of his named Lady Gold Start. And I really wanted to take her because of that, because she was one of my favorite mares to run at Canterbury in recent times. But up on the edge is trying to do something a lot different than that one was a specialist at, but it's her first start in Tony's barn, so maybe they're just trying to get a gauge on her, maybe see where she fits on the class spectrum of things before trying some different things as far as surfaces or distances. But she makes a nice impression in the paddock, looks very much alert, and I like the looks of her at the 7-1 especially. I would definitely include her in there, and Quinones will be in the saddle today. Not a word next door is from Miguel Silva's barn. They got a second in the first one, but not a word comes off a mile race on the dirt. She has not been on the turf since last September. However, she did break her maiden immediately after that and made a quick turnaround from that effort. It was the last time that we saw her on the turf. It wasn't really a great showing as far as her finish, but not a word has improved since then, and maybe she can keep herself in the race early and add some prices into the mix. I did use her in 4th. Carbondoro next door has a lot of speed and used that speed at Tampa to break her maiden last time around. She didn't do it by a big margin, but she did it at a huge price. She was 60-1 that afternoon, and Constantino Roman, I would imagine, would be getting her into the race early once again. She is currently 10-1. 4-1 is the price on Rose View. I used Rose View second for Juan Arnett, and she's doing this move on a little bit of a class drop, but even maybe a little bit more so. Those Tampa races and those Gulfstream races prior to those are very, very salty. She even faced males once there in the mix. Rose View has been off since March, but she has put together a good enough string of turf races. She should definitely be a part of this if she can get a few breaks from the back, as she doesn't have, I think, the speed to keep things going up front. Now, CC's Heart, on the other hand, has shown speed, and she's been a little bit better towards the front end, and that's the method that they used to break her maiden last year. That was last July, and CC's Heart since that time has been at Turf Paradise, and then at Mountaineer. Things have not gone the same for her since that maiden win, and CC's Heart is a little bit bigger price as a result too. She currently is 10-1. Cherbourg next door is another Arnett trainee, and she is stretching out, moving to the turf, and she when last seen on the turf twice in a row, didn't beat anybody home. But since that time too, she has been again cutting back in distance, got some rest, some changes are in place, and she's a daughter of English Channel. She's only 11 starts into her career. Every right to turn things around at any point because it is so early on. She's another big price at 18-1. 8-1 is the price on the filly right next door. She is changing hands and coming up from the fairgrounds. That is no easy place to do turf running. There and Indiana, both very difficult places to try to get your second win, and that's what she was trying to do in all of those previous starts. She is taking a bit of money at 8-1. My top pick, Overcast, is currently 7-2. That was her morning line. She'll try to turn things around from her last race down at Lone Star. That she faded in a little bit, but it was her first race since February. I'm going to give her a break for that one and see if she can't carry her speed a lot further, as this owner and Tony Rengstorff have teamed up for quite a few wins in the last few years. Megan's Bay next to her does get going late, hasn't got the win since that maiden score at Turf Paradise, but she is always coming at the end of things. She's a very usable sort if you do like playing those trifectas and superfectas, because she is currently 14-1. It's more speed on the outside from Baby Doll Peach. Joel Burnt's trainee is trying to put wins back to back, but that last one was in September. I am going to give her this one, but her speed, very, very dangerous on her home course. The third provides win, play, show, exactas, tries, supers, doubles, and pick 3 wagering. You got 9 minutes to put all those bets together. There's the grid of selections. Good luck.
And the third race is just 7 minutes from now. We have no scratches, no rider changes. And we head to a firm turf course for race number 3.
Tri-State Bobcat, terrific sponsor of our Power Play of the day. Thank you to Tri-State Bobcat. Race 5, really fun race to handicap. I was shopping for some value. Milani T is where I end up. Let's take a look at her past performances. Right away, you're going to see 0 for 17, and you're going to, again, know that I don't normally migrate to horses with that many tries without a victory. But then it's a turf race today, and we've only had one start on that turf. It was at Canterbury. It was last July, and I'm going to show you with a replay coming up here that she ran pretty well. The barn won yesterday. We get to Silva, and we get a horse that's got some fitness with some starts down at Oaklawn Park. So let's go back to that turf start last year. She's the 4 horse, and I love the way she pops the gate. She's going to show patented early speed here, and she wants to get loose. The problem on this particular day is the 1 filly's not going to let her get out there. So she goes to the front, but she's badgered by the 1 and later in the race by the 5, and she kind of gets stuck in a pace battle. So as we move to the far turn, she's put away the 1, but now the 5 is poised to pounce right on her outside. And I like the fact that she keeps digging in. And even though she hasn't had the run of the race, she's still there battling into deep stretch. She's going to hang on for third here on this particular day. But to me, she didn't look like an 0 for 17 horse. And because her form is kind of muddied up, we're going to get 6, 7, 8 to 1 today. So I'm going to try this horse in my tries and supers. I'll have a small win ticket as well. Race 5. Number 2, Milani T. Tri-State Bobcat brings you every day the Power Play.
And the runners are arriving at the starting gate. It's race time for the third. The 2.5 to 1 favorite, number 4, Rose View. Baby Doll Peach, 3.5 to 1. And the second wagering favorite. Ladies and gentlemen, immediately following this race, we will have a singing of God Bless America to honor and commemorate Memorial Day. So if you're so inclined, please gather around the winner's enclosure for God Bless America to be sung within 5 minutes after this race. Roseview goes in. Kurban Dioro, rambunctious, 12 to 1. Overcast, now 4.5 to 1. And Baby Doll Peach, trying to get the plus part of that purse as a Minnesotan. And they're racing. The third was off squarely and off supremely with the early speed for a couple. Bon D Oro and Marcel's first race out, and the leader into the first turn is Kurban D Oro, trying to win 2 in a row. Pace very moderate. Right behind them is Not a Word, just off the heels of the leader. But we now have a new leader. It is Marcel's first as they head up the barn side. Complete reset. They're 10 lengths from front to back. 7, 10, 3, 8, 9, 2, 6, 1, 5, 4. And they're chasing Marcel's first and Leslie Mowing, who pulled a big upset during the first 2 days at Canterbury Park's 2025 season. In second, Baby Doll Peach to the outside of Kurban Dioro, 2.5, 3 clear from Overcast, who's looking for sunny skies in the winner's circle. 5 lengths out of it to the outside of Not a Word. Up on the edge is making a sweeping move 4 wide from 6th up to a joint 4th. Then we come back to Megan's Bay. Megan's Bay tracking that one about 5, 6 out of it, but being pushed on to do so. Then we come to Cherbourg to the inside of Roseview, and the one in last is CC's Heart, and the one in first is Marcel's first. Marcel's first is still first at 10 to 1. Up on the edge is trying to run by that one to the outside. Behind them is Baby Doll Peach jumping around. 7 and 1 to decide it. Marcel's first from up on the edge. Marcel's first, too good. It's a 10 to 1 upset. 7-1-10 in race 3. Upset alert at 10 to 1. Marcel's first. Up on the edge second at 11 to 1. Baby Doll Peach ran third at 6 to 1. Overcast 4th. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, after the winner's circle ceremony and before the replays of race number 3, a special Memorial Day ceremony takes place in the winner's enclosure. It'll be the singing of God Bless America. The third race, official. First pick 3 today paid $70. 7-1 exacta, $149. That 10-cent superfecta 7-1 10-8, $756 for a dime. 50-cent trifecta, $623.95. That's 7-1 10. Turf racing at Canterbury continues to provide Boffo payouts. Mayor Sills first to the winner's enclosure, ridden by Leslie Mowing. The winning owner, Wesley Cook, and the winning trainer, Bill Gedditz Jr. Behold the upsetter. Ladies and gentlemen, today we pause to honor the brave men and women of our armed forces who made the ultimate sacrifice in service of our country. As we reflect on their courage and selflessness, let us unite in gratitude and pride. We invite everyone to stand as we honor all those who have served and sacrificed for our country in our military branches, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard. And directing your attention to the winner's circle, we welcome Kerrigan Becker. She'll sing God Bless America, a song that echoes our love for our nation and honors those who have defended it with their lives.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, white with love. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America. sweet home.
Garrigan Backer, ladies and gentlemen, and may God rest the soul of all who sacrificed for our country. And they're racing. The third was off squarely and off supremely with the early speed for a couple. Curban de Oro and Marseille's first race out, and the leader into the first turn is Curban de Oro, trying to win 2 in a row. Pace very moderate. Right behind them is Not a Word, just off the heels of the leader. But we now have a new leader. It is Marseille's first as they head up the barn side. Complete reset. They're 10 lengths from front to back. 7, 10, 3, 8, 9, 2, 6, 1, 5, 4. And they're chasing Marseille's first and Leslie Mowing, who pulled a big upset during the first 2 days at Canterbury Park's 2025 season. In second, Baby Doll Peach to the outside of Curban de Oro, 2.5, 3 clear from Overcast, who's looking for sunny skies in the winner's circle. 5 lengths out of it to the outside of Not a Word. Up on the edge is making a sweeping move 4 wide from 6th up to a joint 4th. Then we come back to Megan's Bay. Megan's Bay tracking that one about 5, 6 out of it, but being pushed on to do so. Then we come to Cherbourg to the inside of Roseview, and the one in last is CC's Heart, and the one in first is Marseille's first. Marseille's first is still first at 10 to 1. Up on the edge is trying to run by that one to the outside. Behind them is Baby Doll Peach jumping around. 7 and 1 to decide it. Marseille's first from up on the edge. Marseille's first, too good. It's a 10 to 1 upset. 7-1-10 in race 3.
Well, we've seen big prices all weekend long on that beautiful Canterbury turf course, and watching the race up in the press box, Paul Allen and I both touting and betting that one horse at 11-1, turning for home. We were counting that money. What we didn't count on, though, was the 7. Marisil's first, staying in first. Great call by Superstats Dave, our tip sheet guy. That $3 you spent, well, that already paid for itself for the first month of racing. He had that 7 on top. If you put the handicappers together, you caught an exacta that paid nearly $300 for a $2 bet. Huge trifecta and superfecta. The 50-cent try, almost $700. What a cool race that was. We move on to race number 4 at 7 furlongs. Out of the chute. Fun race to handicap. We take out the 7, who is a scratch. Number 1 is Unified Dreams. Get to know these connections. Erica Murray and Gary Shearer are going to cash this year. Great connections, high percentage connections, and horses that normally have knocked heads with better. And I'll include this horse on the list. You look at last year's running lines, you see Tony's Tap It. That horse was an absolute monster here at Canterbury. Now, the inside post is going to give Erica a little bit of a challenge. We talked about that in our pre-race show today at the races. She's got some speed underneath her, but probably not enough to clear off, so she'll have to navigate her way through. There's some back class here with those good connections in 7-1. 2 is Secret Potion. Da Silva gets the call for Jose Silva. This horse has tried 5 races on the Canterbury main track. 4 of those 5 races, this horse has ended up inside the trifecta. Keep that in mind because this horse is likely going to be a price. Claimed last time out, and this trainer is 20% wins off the train. So you've got some handicapping angles. And again, good betting race. You see up there, 8-1 is very enticing. Number 3 is 10th Street Don. Gonsalves gets the call for Valerie Lund. Not a lot of early speed. This is a horse that likes to amble out of the gate, so if you bet the 3, don't panic early. Likes to do the best running later in the race. We'll see if the speed backs up for Valerie Lund's charge. Number 4 is Arma de Oro. Carlo Lopez for Wade Rarick, in from Arizona, off a couple of decent starts against tougher competition. This horse was claimed for $25,000. They tried Stakes Company. Then a couple of tough allowance foes, so it's the ship and dip angle where they've been facing better competition. Softer foes here, and 10-1. Angela Herman likes the 5 Empire's Best. I love Zeke Lara. He's the jockey that's so good with speed. He's always got those striped helmets, and he's going to take Joe Roberts' horse. He's going to take him to the front and see how far they can go. I expect the 5 to be a handful to catch. If you want to greet the cashier, you got to catch number 5, Empire's Best. 6 is Capture the Time. Chad Lindsay gets the call for David Van Winkle, Hall of Fame trainer. The tip sheet guys on this one. And as we talked about, the tip sheet guy's been hot. Just had that long shot. Capture the Time's got good stalking speed. Tampa form is legit. Has been facing some salty foes down south. I'm going to save it for the outside horse and those pretty pink silks. I'm going to try Classify here for Mac Robertson. This horse last time out claimed for $62,500. Mac doesn't dip in very often in that claim tag, and he got this one. It's a beautiful looking racehorse out here in the paddock. There's enough speed to set it up for Classify. I think this horse will sit just off and try to pounce when they turn for home. What a fun race to handicap this is. Who do you like? 7 of them in the gate going 7 furlongs. It's coming up, and it's coming at you next.
To the fast main track for race number 4 and scratch number 7, Street Warrior.
Hello again from the press box. Hope everybody is enjoying your Memorial Day out here at the park. We're going to take a look a little further down the road for an angle that I use a lot here at Canterbury, and that is a horse for the course. And we have a couple of them in the last. I fancy the 5, Noel's Angel. I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to show you a little bit why too. And Noel's Angel has this set of recent 5 races, and Noel's Angel has been a couple of different places. She's been here at Canterbury, and she's been down at Turf Paradise in Arizona. Now, in looking at her local record as opposed to her overall record, this is how many times she's started. She's run 24 times. She's won 7 of them. Now, that's good, but especially good is her Canterbury record. On our turf, she is 6 for 10. That's outstanding, and a lot of that work has been done at 5 furlongs, including her last 2 starts up here in Minnesota. Now, we're going to take a look at the second one, as that was in July, and that's her on the outside. Now, if you are going to bet Noel's Angel, you're going to want to see something just like this early because she is extremely quick off the blocks. Noel's Angel is towards the outside like you saw, and that is how fast you want her to get away. Because the filly just to her outside of Rose and Wine is just as fleet of foot. They can tie up and they can keep going on, but that's exactly what you want because she keeps going, and that's how she won her last couple of turf sprints up here in Minnesota. If you're looking for a horse for the course, that's it. The 5, Noel's Angel, in the last.
And the horses are arriving at the starting gate. It's post time for the fourth race, provided by Jim Beam. Jim Beam Bourbon, elegant, smooth, refined. We also thank Busch Light for its summer partnership. And Touchdown Tile and TouchdownTile.com, the official renovation partner of Canterbury Park. Couple of upsets so far to start the pick 5. Most recently, a 10-1 shot, won race 3, our first turf event today. Capture the Time follows Empire's Best and Classify. At even money, will be the last in line. This is a 7-furlong race, so they start all the way at the end of the grandstand, adjacent to the Wild Horse Saloon, southwest side of Canterbury. And they're racing, and from the inside, Unified Dreams is out fast. So is Secret Potion. The favored Classify is going to be 5 wide around the turn, but is firing to the outside of Capture the Time. And between them, Empire's Best. After that, we have Armadoro, about 2.5 clear from 10th Street Dawn, who is last, but only 6 lengths from the front. And Secret Potion owns the front. Secret Potion a half. In second, Empire's Best a length and a. Then we come back to Unified Dreams. Unified Dreams still securing the inside, full of run, end to the inside of Armadoro. Then we come to Classify, pushed on a bit, still very wide. 10th Street Dawn's out of last. Capture the Time goes to last, 8 lengths out of it. They're approaching the top of the stretch, and it's Secret Potion slugging it out with Empire's Best. Then we come to Unified Dreams, still waiting for the light of day, still full of run, but trapped by Armadoro. Not today for Classify, about 8 out of it. Up goes Secret Potion. Up goes Secret Potion. Unified Dreams gets the light of day and sprints clear. Unified Dreams at 8-1. Perfectly ridden, much best. Unified Dreams put a nightmare on the rest of the field. Number 1, Unified Dreams, first at 8-1. It's 1-3-4-2. And we had a claim in race number 4. Stand by. The winner, number 1, Unified Dreams, claimed for $20,000. And shifting barns to the care of Jose Silva Jr. for owner Kirk Sutherland. Unified Dreams claimed Silva Jr. Sutherland. The fourth official 50-cent trifecta, 134, $356.50. Another big superfecta, 158 for a dime. The pick 3 on races 2, 3, and 4, $616.60. The first pick 4 today paid $362.75. The trifecta 1, 3, 4 paid $356.50. On to the 5th race and back to the unpredictability of the Canterbury Park turf course. Number 1, Miracle Minded, ridden by Alonso Quinones. Quinones picks up number 1 in race 5. Scratch number 6, Kaba. Race 5, about 22 minutes from now. Into the winner's enclosure, the impressive Unified Dreams and Erica Murray. Unified Dreams is owned by Patrice Sutherland, and the winning trainer, who dat? Gary Shearer. Race 5 is courtesy of Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park. And we also thank John Deere for 2025 sponsorship. 5th race right around 3:10. Bet more, win more. And they're racing. And from the inside, Unified Dreams is out fast. So is Secret Potion. The favored Classify is going to be 5 wide around the turn, but is firing to the outside of Capture the Time. And between them, Empire's Best. After that, we have Armadoro about 2.5 clear from 10th Street Dawn, who is last, but only 6 lengths from the front. And Secret Potion owns the front. Secret Potion a half. In second, Empire's Best a length and a. Then we come back to Unified Dreams. Unified Dreams still securing the inside, full of run, and to the inside of Armadoro. Then we come to Classify, pushed on a bit, still very wide. 10th Street Dawn's out of last. Capture the Time goes to last, 8 lengths out of it. They're approaching the top of the stretch, and it's Secret Potion slugging it out with Empire's Best. Then we come to Unified Dreams, still waiting for the light of day, still full of run, but trapped by Armadoro. Not today for Classify, about 8 out of it. Up goes Secret Potion. Up goes Secret Potion. Unified Dreams gets the light of day and sprints clear. Unified Dreams at 8-1. Perfectly ridden, much best. Unified Dreams put a nightmare on the rest of the field. And Majestic Kraken is in last, and Crocodile Hunter is in first. Crocodile Hunter, now given his head, strides away by 4. The race is over, and Crocodile Hunter is winner's circle bound. Crocodile Hunter and the Q crush in race 1. Outside of that, Master of Disguise. Then we come to Handsome Harry. Palace Kitten from out of last is a menacing presence. That's the 5 on the outside. And they're coming home now. 150 to go. Handsome Harry inside. Spidey War outside. Palace Kitten. And between them, Mulberry Street. It's a spine tingler. Handsome Harry. The one in first is Mare Sills first. Mare Sills first is still first at 10 to 1. Up on the edge is trying to run by that one to the outside. Behind them is Baby Doll Peach jumping around. 7 and 1 to decide it. Mare Sills first from up on the edge. Mare Sills first. Too good. It's a 10 to 1 upset. 7-1-10 in race 3. Day still full of run, but trapped by Armadoro. Not today for Classify. About 8 out of it. Up goes Secret Potion. Up goes Secret Potion. Unified Dreams gets the light of day and sprints clear. Unified Dreams at 8 to 1. Perfectly ridden. Much best. Unified Dreams put a nightmare on the rest of the field.
Kevin Gorg and Angela Herman down here in the paddock to walk you through another humdinger on the turf. And Erica Murray, how about that ride, and how about our guy Paul Allen spotting that horse on the far turn, all dressed up, nowhere to go. Much the best in race 4 to Big Price.
Yeah, and that's been a little bit different than some of our 7 furlong races have gone so far. We don't have a ton on the slate, but that one entirely goes to closers. But post does matter when you're going that 7 furlong distance, and you get a good price in the process.
Yeah, we've seen lots of good prices today. I think we might see another price here, although I'm a little disheartened to look up at the tote board and see my 6 to 1's been cut in half. You see the one on screen right now, Miracle Minded with the Q. I love the connections, Rengsdorf, all kinds of good things there. The bloodlines look like for the turf, they could be decent. One career start, your thoughts?
Yeah, Jeff Madej loves this horse today, and Miracle Minded will be ridden by Alonzo Quinones. And Tony Rengsdorf is going to try to team up with him. They almost pulled off an upset a couple of races ago. They're going to try it with Miracle Minded this time. Up on the edge, ran very well in defeat, though. You like Melania T in the spot, don't you?
Yeah, I don't tout a lot of 0 for 17s. You're going to be out here all summer, probably not see me do it again. But as I talked about during our power play sequence, only one try on the turf. So I believe that this horse still has upside. That one turf try here last summer was pretty good. I like the post. I like the fact that this horse has some fitness tighteners down at Oaklawn, so I'll try Milani T. Right now at 3 to 1. I think that price goes up. And the 3 Bango gal. I love horses with the sire Bango. They tend to outrun their odds. Boy, good turf bloodlines here for sure.
Yeah, I wanted to get a good look at her. She's just coming behind us right now, and Bango Gal is going to stretch out in distance for the first time. That should definitely suit her, as she has been running kind of evenly in some shorter races. Maybe that'll keep her close to the pace, and Bango Gal can use, like you said, some of that turf blood lineage that's both on her top side and bottom side, and she is at 7 to 1. That price might go up too.
Peyton's Beauty's getting bet. The mouse is down here to bet this one himself, and Kelsey gets the call for Bobby Klein. I see it. I definitely see the form. The Oaklawn numbers are good. One turf try is not one to give up on, so super interesting that Bobby's got a couple in here and Kelsey ends up on the 4, and they're betting. And the 5 is Zanzora.
Yes, this is the other Klein runner. And Kelsey had ridden her in her previous two, but now Chad Lindsay is going to take over. I'm sure she benefited from that two-turn race last time around in April. That was her first time doing it. It was only her fourth lifetime start, and she did manage to keep herself in the race a little bit longer. I'm sure improvement is due. This might be a lot today. I think she's got some good, already experienced turf runners around her, but the price will be right.
7's Raytastic, I think a must-use in the Super and the Tri. I just 0 for 10 with lots of low odds makes me a little nervous on the win side, but boy, the horse looks good. The blinkers come on. You're bullish on the 8. Tell us about Kentucky Starlet.
I do like Kentucky Starlet. This is going to be her first start on the turf, and she's a daughter of Oscar Performance, and she's out of a mare that absolutely adored the grass. I would guess that there was some thought of that when they did claim her in February. They've stretched her out a couple of times since then. She's been coming on late. Those are not easy races in the Oaklawn Park Maiden Special Weight ranks. I think that she's going to take a big step forward this afternoon.
Number 9 is La Canonica. Santiago gets the call for Lynn Rarick. Really tough post. Third career start, so certainly some upside there, but I don't like that post. I think I'll wait for another day on that 9 ball and on the board at 12-1. Still a really good betting race. We've seen back-to-back bombers. Don't be afraid of the long shots. You can't win if you don't bet. Bet more, win more. Race 5 on the turf coming up and coming at you next.
Canterbury Park's bugler and accomplished pianist Lynn Dykert brings them onto the dirt and subsequently the turf, which is firm for race number 5. Number 1, Miracle Minded, is picked up by Q. Alonso Quinones rides the 1. And scratch number 6, Kaba. 6 minutes. And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time. Three consecutive upsets in the pick 5. In our only turf race today, 10 to 1 shot 1. Let's see what happens here. Kentucky Starlet 9 to 5. And La Canonica in, and they're racing. Perfect line out of the gate. Peyton's Beauty is looking for the early lead at 6 to 1, and Peyton's Beauty grabs the lead. Miracle Minded secures the inside, and outside of those two is Zamzora. Zanzora is about 2.5, 3 lengths from the lead as Peyton's Beauty runs away by 3. Peyton's Beauty now by 4. After that, Melania T securing the inside, 5.5 lengths from the lead, and to the inside of Bango Gal on the stretch out in turf debut. Then we come back to Kentucky Starlet next to the rail. Raytastic off the layoff, 8 out of it to her outside. Kentucky Starlet's making a mid-race move, splitting 2 and 3 to be 4 lengths from it. After that is La Canonica, just about 7 lengths from the lead. They're sardined into the far turn, and they're chasing Peyton's Beauty, who's been calling the shots every step of the way. Miracle Minded flashes out of the crowd nicely at 11 to 1. Miracle Minded tackles Peyton's Beauty. They're 2.5 clear from a shaken up Melania T. After that, 2.5, 3 lengths back to La Canonica, and that one is about 6 lengths from the front, which now belongs to Miracle Minded. Outside, Melania T's extending the strides and trying to put the pretty white face in front. Peyton's Beauty fights back nicely on the inside. Melania T from Miracle Minded. Melania T prevails. It's 2-1-4 in race 5. Number 2, Melania T ran first. 2, 1, 4, 9. Not official. And the 5th race is official. Pick 3 paid $562 from race 3. Race 6 is the Memorial Day penultimate. Back to the fast main track, scratch number 1 sending. Race 6 is courtesy of Kim Crawford, an official partner of Canterbury Uncorked and Concerts in the Park. We also thank Hormel Foods, a proud sponsor of racing at CBY, and likewise Tri-State Bobcat. Race number 6 is about 22 minutes from now. Up to the winner's circle, Melania T and Fausto da Silva. The winning owner of Melania T is Maribel Nova Campiazano, and the winning trainer, Santiago Tranquilino. In and they're racing. Perfect line out of the gate. Peyton's Beauty is looking for the early lead at 6-1, and Peyton's Beauty grabs the lead. Miracle Minded secures the inside, and outside of those two is Zamzora. Zanzora's about 2.5, 3 lengths from the lead as Peyton's Beauty runs away by 3. Peyton's Beauty now by 4. After that, Melania T securing the inside, 5.5 lengths from the lead, and to the inside of Bango Gal on the stretch out and turf debut. Then we come back to Kentucky Starlet next to the rail. Raytastic off the layoff, 8 out of it to her outside. Kentucky Starlet's making a mid-race move, splitting 2 and 3 to be 4 lengths from it. After that is La Canonica, just about 7 lengths from the lead. They're sardined into the far turn, and they're chasing Peyton's Beauty, who's been calling the shots every step of the way. Miracle Minded flashes out of the crowd nicely at 11-1. Miracle Minded tackles Peyton's Beauty. They're 2.5 clear from a shaken up Melania T. After that, 2.5, 3 lengths back to La Canonica, and that one is about 6 lengths from the front, which now belongs to Miracle Minded. Outside, Melania T's extending the strides and trying to put the pretty white face in front. Peyton's Beauty fights back nicely on the inside. Melania T from Miracle Minded. Melania T prevails. It's 2-1-4 in race 5.
Heady ride by Fausto da Silva leads Milani T down to the stretch and into the winner's circle at 5-2 in race 5. We close out that pick 5 here. 12 tickets still alive. So if you played the pick 5 and you're alive, good luck to you. We'll keep an eye on those payouts. Maybe there'll be a carryover. We'll have some fun. Here in race 6, though, to close out that wager, we do have a big scratch of number 1 Sending. So 5.5 furlongs. These are the fillies and mares. The girls are going to battle. Let's handicap together. And here they come out of the enclosure, starting with number 2, Extra Indy. Vergara gets the call here for Ronnie Westerman. 1 for 33 in her racing career is pesky indeed. But look a little further and see 9 seconds and 7/3. So all of a sudden, you're looking at a horse that's 17 for 33 in the top 3. So then again, that's a horse you can mix in if you're going to try the exactas here, maybe do a trifecta. I don't know that Extra Indy's a great win candidate at 3-1, but her speed figures are competitive. She's been racing down in Nebraska, and she should have some late kick in the stretch. Number 3 is Island Bender, Constantino Roman for Joel Burnt. Joel Burnt, one of the best trainers we've ever had at Canterbury, plain and simple. And this horse is now a new 4-year-old. Boy, she is full of herself out here in the paddock. Lots of good energy. I like how those ears look north and south. I like the muscle and the dappling on the hind quarters. She looks fantastic. She's had a good winter. She's a Minnesota bred, so they really do point to our races in Shakopee as their time to make the money. She's got good speed. She looks like the horse to catch today, and boy, does she make a real nice impression in the paddock. Number 4 is Hood Wicked. G-Rod gets the call here for Troy Bethke. The Bethke barn popped yesterday. Another Nebraska shipper who's been flashing speed against softer competition. A step up in class for a trainer we trust, and Hood Wicked is 5-1. Number 5 is Beachley. Castellanos gets the call here for Ruben Fuentes, in from Arizona on the class drop. Has been facing better, hasn't had a lot of success lately, but I like the fact that Beachley has those 3 starts this year, so some fitness foundation is in play. Number 6 is Honorable Mischief. Gallardo gets the call for Cody Rosine. Boy, the trainer in this type of setup off the bench, 31% when they lay him off for 6 months or longer. I haven't seen a lot of energy yet. You know, I've talked a lot about the 3-horse having that great giddy up in her step. I want to see a little more energy, but we'll see how the horse warms up. Our television crew does an outstanding job of following these horses all the way to the starting gate. You can see 6 is a little low-key right now, but I do like the look physically of the racehorse, and I trust Cody Rosine's barn. They're fantastic, so I think this horse will perk up once we get to the racetrack and get that warm-up going. It's a humdinger. It closes out the pick 5. It also starts the late double, the final 2 live races of the day. Make sure you make plans to see us next weekend. Saturday, 5 o'clock. Sunday, 1 o'clock is Pepsi Family Day with the petting zoo and the pony rides and the face painting, the wonder of it all. Head to CanterburyPark.com for all the details. Race number 6 coming up and coming at you next.
Hello from the winner's circle again. We still got a couple of races to go, but before then, let's talk about Seltzerfest. What's your name? Where are you from? You're going to be playing for some tickets to it today.
I'm Madeline. I'm from Indianapolis, Indiana.
Well, welcome. You've come a long way. Hopefully you can come back for this. Do you drink a lot of seltzers? Do you like them?
I like them.
What's your favorite kind?
High noon.
All right, and if you've never had a neutral, we have those around here. Give them a shot. Your task today is going to be playing categories with us and figuring out which flavor is not a flavor of neutral. So we're going to turn around, look at the tote board, pick out which is the imposter flavor, and you'll be back at Seltzerfest. Let's take a look. Which of these neutral flavors is the imposter? Peach lemonade, cranberry apple, watermelon, or blueberry? A, B, C, or D. If you know it, feel free to holler it out too. What do you think?
I'm going to go with B.
You want to take another try at it? Anybody got a guess?
A? Everyone's saying A. Let's try A.
You want to try A, peach lemonade?
Yeah.
All right, is it peach lemonade? I'm sorry, it is blueberry. That's okay. Nobody goes away a loser. You'll get a daily double pack. It sounds like you're winning a lot of money today. We're glad to have you here. Hope to see you again. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, if you want to try one of those neutrals, you can't get a blueberry, but you can get all kinds of other flavors and plenty of other options at Seltzerfest on June 7th. If you want to get your tickets, check it out today, CanterburyPark.com.
It's race time. Into the gate for race number 6, the Memorial Day penultimate. Honorable Mischief is 7-5 in favor. That's the last to go in line. A dirt dash to begin the late double. There in the gate. And they're racing from the center. Hood Wicked with wicked speed, but now that lead has been ceded by Island Bender. And Island Bender at 3-1 kicks away by 1. Outside of that, Honorable Mischief and 3 and 6 go 1-2 attached into the far turn. After that, Hood Wicked right behind them after outbreaking the field. Extra Indy and Beachley are 5 lengths rearmost. Off the far turn they go. Island Bender leads it by a half. In second, Honorable Mischief by 3.5. Hood Wicked coming under the stick doing the moonwalk. Then we come to Extra Indy and Beachley is in last. And up top, Island Bender still on a bender leading it by 1. Honorable Mischief giving absolutely everything, trying to scoop by Island Bender, but Island Bender has more in the tank. Island Bender from Honorable Mischief. Extra Indy late on the scene, but Island Bender has left them punch drunk. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 3, Island Bender. Honorable Mischief, second. Extra Indy, third. Hood Wicked, fourth. Those numbers are unofficial. Please hold all tickets. Race number 6 is official. Anthony Edwards is in the crowd. Good luck tonight, Ant. You tear it up, my man. In the winner's enclosure, Island Bender and Constantino Roman. Island Bender is owned by Suzanne Stables and winning trainer Joel Burnt. Island Bender is a 4-year-old bay filly by Barbados out of Karen's Idol, bred in Minnesota by the winning owners, Suzanne Stables. Pick 5 paid $5,293. We've had 3 pick 5s in the early stages of the 2025. 1 paid nearly $4,000, and most recently, $5,293 for a 50-cent investment. The 7th is the final live race Memorial Day. Turf course firm, no scratches. And they're racing from the center, Hood Wicked with Wicked speed, but now that lead has been ceded by Island Bender, and Island Bender at 3-1 kicks away by 1. Outside of that, Honorable Mischief and 3 and 6 go 1-2 attached into the far turn. After that, Hood Wicked right behind them after outbreaking the field. Extra Indy and Beachley are 5 lengths rearmost. Off the far turn they go. Island Bender leads it by a half. In second, Honorable Mischief by 3.5. Hood Wicked coming under the stick doing the moonwalk. Then we come to Extra Indy and Beachley is in last. And up top, Island Bender still on a bender leading it by 1. Honorable Mischief giving absolutely everything, trying to scoop by Island Bender, but Island Bender has more in the tank. Island Bender from Honorable Mischief, Extra Indy late on the scene, but Island Bender has left them punch drunk.
All right, folks, time for the lucky last. And as is tradition, and Angela Herman and myself, Kevin Gorg, will bring you the analysis from the studio. We'll wish you good luck. Pick 5 pays over $5,000. What a value in horse racing with that 10% takeout. And, Ange, you know, this was a race I've been looking forward to all day. I love turf sprinters. I've got some dear friends, Fernie and Steiner, I'll call them, a part of Hazel Farm that own a Rose and Wine. And you look at Noel's Angel and a Rose and Wine combined 13 wins on this turf course, and they both do it the same way. They fly out of the gate.
Right. They both use the same blueprint to go about things, but the last couple of times that they have met up, Noel's Angel has got the best of Rose and Wine. Now, the post position certainly would favor the outside runner, as it typically would with fillies of this style. There's just some recency with Noel's Angel. That's really all that I use to differentiate these two. Take them 1-2, but Noel's Angel has a couple of races this year. We haven't seen a Rose and Wine since November. That's about all that separated them. She ran well in defeat in those 2 dirt races at Turf Paradise, but as I pointed out in the angle, Noel's Angel is very much a specialist at exactly what she's doing today. Get her off the rail especially, she gets triple tough for me to beat, and that's why she was my angle today.
Good-looking horse on the screen right now, and I tell you, that's the danger. If you're going to fancy the 5 and 6 with Angela, you know, we both agree on that. To me, Savona is a horse that can actually sit off the pace and pounce. There's a lot of speed, which is typical of a race carded at 5 furlongs. But you go back to a couple running lines from last year, including a couple at Turf Paradise, this horse can sit off. And if you can sit off on the dirt and take kickback, you can certainly sit off on the turf and get comfortable. If the 5 and 6 go crazy and they go eyeball to eyeball, I think the 2 Savona right now is way too big a price, and she makes a nice impression in the paddock. I'm with you on Noel's Angel. I think the race recency is the edge. The couple races to tighten up the fitness, the speed factor here where she's had the jump on a Rose and Wine. It'll be interesting to me to see these jockeys, both Lopez and Vergara, Ange, and how they play it out. If they both break sharp and end up going right next to each other, who blinks first?
Oh, gosh. I mean, there's going to be little itty-bitty differences that make a huge say in the outcome between these two. I'm sticking with Noel's Angel just because she has proven time and time again when she's doing what she's doing today that she will duel and continue on no matter how fast they go. A Rose and Wine, I totally respect, but I think that maybe, I mean, she's 8 now. Maybe a couple of years ago she would have put in the race that I think would take Noel's Angel to the line, but I think that maybe I just slightly sway towards the 5. But the question for me with any of the horses that are unknown is the filly that's never started on turf. The 7-year-old mare who's never touched turf, has a bit of pedigree to do it, and has all the speed in the world to handle 4.5 furlong, 5 furlong races at Turf Paradise. That takes a quick horse. Even though Savona's beaten her a couple of times, it's gotten close before. And do you see any scenario where maybe this filly can pick up a piece from off the pace?
Well, she'll have to set off the pace because as quick as she is, I don't think she's as fast as those outside 2. You're talking about Bold Intention. And the bloodlines are certainly interesting. That Tomlinson for turf up over 340 points. So, yeah, definitely consider. Look at Jeff Bidet touting that sneaky long shot to 2. That's the horse that I believe could be the fly in the ointment. Ange and I both on the 5. My buddies own the 6. So good luck, Steiner, and good luck, Fernie, with that horse. And we're back next weekend, Saturday at 5, Sunday at 1. And then don't forget to circle June 7th. They're going to be at Saratoga, Belmont Stakes Day. It's going to be a huge double dip. Saratoga early, Canterbury late. June 7th, you need to be here, guys. Good luck in the lucky last.
Hey, how about that? Sir Leonard Diker Thank you, buddy. Great job all 3 days. We'll see you Saturday. Lynn Dykert, best bugler in the business. They are heading to the turf course for the 7th, our final live race, and we are about 7 minutes from it. Hey, on the big screen, one of our riders, Kelsey Haar, managing and attacking the mechanical bull. And next in line will be her daughter, Lacey. And there will be real bull riding during the rodeo, which takes place at Canterbury Park, July 18th, 19th, and the 20th. Get information at canterburypark.com. And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time for the 7th, our final live race today. We are back in action Saturday at 5. And then Pepsi Family Day, 6 days from now, Sunday at 1 o'clock. Noel's Angel, 2-1. A Rose and Wine, 3-1. Bold Intention in her turf debut, 3.5-1 with Savona. Shacked stateside, the field's long shot. And they're racing. Perfect start. A Rose and Wine, per usual, out of the gate quickly. Bold Intention in her turf debut has speed, but Noel's Angel is faster than her and puts the head in front. 5 and 6 rally 1-2 into the far turn. After that, Shack stateside sequestered. That one's to the inside of Savona, and House Wrecker is wide and about 6 lengths rearmost. Up goes Noel's Angel to lead it nearly 1. A Rose and Wine right behind her. Then it's 2.5 back to Bold Intention, who's now to the outside, and Shack stateside's looking to take advantage next to the rail. Then it's Savona, and House Wrecker is 5 lengths from the lead. Noel's Angel slowing down. Outside of that, a Rose and Wine. Inside, Shack stateside. Savona's finishing fast. So is House Wrecker. Savona, House Wrecker, Savona! Sticks out the nose and wins gamely. Photo. We have an answer. And the winner is number 2, Savona. 2, 4, 5, 3. Into the winner's enclosure, she is Savona. The winning owner, Ramon Chavaria Delgado. And the winning trainer, Rafael Barazza. The winning jockey, Guillermo Rodriguez. He won his 900th yesterday and gets 901 now. Congratulations, G-Rod. Official. Second pick 4 paid $858. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Canterbury Park's management team, those in our television department, and for those of us here in the Dark Star press box, thank you very much for making it a joyous, fun, and successful opening 3 days at Canterbury Park. We hope to see you next week when we race Saturday and Sunday. If you are leaving the racetrack, please drive safely. Racing, perfect start. A Rose and Wine, per usual, out of the gate quickly. Bold Intention in her turf debut has speed, but Noel's Angel is faster than her and puts the head in front. 5 and 6 rally 1-2 into the far turn. After that, Shack Stateside sequestered. That one's to the inside of Savona, and House Wrecker is wide and about 6 lengths rearmost. Up goes Noel's Angel to lead it nearly 1. A Rose and Wine right behind her. Then it's 2.5 back to Bold Intention, who's now to the outside, and Shack Stateside's looking to take advantage next to the rail. Then it's Savona, and House Wrecker is 5 lengths from the lead. Noel's Angel slowing down. Outside of that, a Rose and Wine. Inside Shack Stateside. Savona's finishing fast. So is House Wrecker. Savona, House Wrecker, Savona! Sticks out the nose and wins gamely.